All right. I think we're good to go ahead and start here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm not a professor, but you can call me Nap. And welcome on in. I hope everybody's having a great day today. Hope everybody's having a great week so far. Happy Wednesday. We're halfway through. Thank God. Thank God indeed. Uh, I I will admit I am very tired today. But I didn't want to miss this because I really want to continue this game because I love this game. But I've been getting like bad sleep. Part of it is my own past sleep, or I've been getting like bad sleep the past few nights. Part of it, I will admit, is my fault. Part of it definitely is my fault. Um, but I, I'm gonna do my best. I have no idea how long this stream is gonna go. I'm hoping we can do the whole thing in one stream. Um, but yeah. So, hope everybody's having a good day today. Let's see. I'm trying to think. So since it's been a few days since my horrible failure, my horrible failure that was Sunday stream where we played Who Wants to Be a Millionaire for like 4 plus hours, over 4 hours, trying to get the $1 million, and I failed. I just couldn't do it. I tried so hard. I tried so hard to get that $1 million, and it was just we got there were a couple times we got close. There were a couple times that we got close. We got to the $1 million question, I think twice. And we we biffed it right at the end. Just right at the end we screwed it up. And even on easy mode, we couldn't get it, which I was very shocked at how difficult easy mode actually was. And that was also after turning off some of the categories I didn't know. So it's actually really hard. Who knew that a trivia game like that would be so difficult? But I think it's just also crazy because I compare that to when we played Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Fifth Grader. Uh, when we played Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, we actually got that pretty quickly. We won that pretty quickly, comparatively. Hey, Soul, hello, welcome on in. How are you doing? Good to see you. It was a very interesting trivia night that we just couldn't get it down, unfortunately, as much as I wanted to. As much as I wanted it, I couldn't do it. It was very difficult. But maybe some other time. Give me like a few months to recover. Because I really genuinely felt like on Sunday that I was going insane. Like by the end of it, I was just so mentally just drained and destroyed. It was, oh God, it was a lot. But hey, I did it. That is the important thing, was that I was able to do it. Currently resting a bit before going back to writing my thesis. Ooh, hey, good luck with that, man. Good luck. I imagine school is pretty close to ending, or is ending. I'm guessing that's why you're writing your thesis now. But hey, good luck. Good luck on that. I remember those days of staying up, pulling all-nighters, writing to get something done, both in undergrad and grad school. I don't know how I did it. I remember in grad school, my record, I stayed up for 40 hours straight when I was in grad school one time working on an assignment. 40 hours. It was it was terrible. I would never recommend anybody to do that to themselves. I shouldn't have done it to myself. I don't think I could do that now, but I did it. Deadline is in 2 weeks. Okay, so you got some time. As I'm assuming, you have the fact that you're still working on it now, and like, I don't know how long it has to be and how far you are into it, but you still got time. It's not like a last minute all-nighter, it sounds like. At least not yet. But God, yeah, those days of staying up all night. And I don't drink caffeine. So I would do these like over all-nighters and like 40-hour like binges and everything. No caffeine. Um, but what I found when I would do these all-nighters is I would once you got the hardest part is like the 20 to 24 hour mark. That is the hardest like part of the whole thing. But once you get over that 24-hour mark and then you start doing um once you get over that 24-hour mark and you start doing just your normal routine, like do your normal morning routine, your body kind of naturally wakes up a little bit, I found, at least for me. Um and it really really does help me uh just kind of stay awake for like the rest of like kind of the go throughout that part of the day that I need to for the most part. Um I'm sure it'll be mostly done by Monday. I am unusually locked in right now. Hey, keep being locked in. Use that energy. Use that mindset you're in right now. Because sometimes it can be hard to get it back, if you stop or take a break or, like and all that stuff. But hey, good luck. I wish you the best of luck. And I hope once your thesis is done, you get to enjoy your summer. uh but yeah, that is not making me miss school in the slightest. I'll admit that I have like thought about like maybe like I've maybe thought about like, going back to get another master's, but I don't I don't think it's worth it at this point, especially because it would cost a fair amount of money and I don't think it would really help my career a ton. Maybe a little bit, but nothing to the point where I'm like, "Oh, yes, I'm gonna do this." I'm pretty comfortable where I am right now, and I don't know if I want to break that. About non-sleeping, yeah, 24 hours is like a breaking point. Afterwards, I don't really want to sleep. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so you feel the same way. Yeah, no, once I got once I get past that 24-hour mark, I can actually it's 20 for me what I do is cuz like I said I don't drink caffeine, I don't drink energy drinks, I don't drink coffee or anything like that. I've found that if I just drink a bunch of water, that helps me. Like one cuz you're staying hydrated and that kind of helps you just kind of stay awake a little bit. And then constantly having to go to the bathroom also helps you stay awake. It gets you up and like moving and everything like that. So you're not just sitting there at your desk or wherever for like or at wherever you are for the whole time. I remember I remember when I was in undergrad, what I used to do when I knew I was going to pull either an all-nighter or a very very late night, like at like 8 or 9 o'clock at night, I would go to like our like snack bar that we had at my college. I remember I would buy a cheese quesadilla. I would buy a cheese quesadilla and a big bag of Lay's like baked chips, and that would be my sustenance for the entire night. Was just snacking on those chips and just getting through it. Oh man, those were the days. I don't like I said though, it's kind of nostalgic, but I don't want to go back to that. I don't want to go back to that aspect of college at all because man, it was difficult. All right. So, speaking of college and learning things, I say let's go ahead and first, before we get into root trees are dead, we're gonna give us a little bit more time with that. But before we do that, we gotta do one thing. All right, let's go ahead. Before we move on to root trees are dead, we're gonna be doing our new daily game of Anthropium. I go to study in my college during the day because it has AC, and during the night, I study at my dorms and sleep occasionally. Yeah, no, I totally get that. My dorm, I remember my freshman and sophomore year, yeah, they didn't have AC. So, yeah, using the like library, I basically lived in my school library when I was in school. I was that loser who would like, be in the library on like a Friday or Saturday night doing stuff. Um, but so Anthropium, I I might have accidentally gotten my entire like my entire like department at work addicted to this. and now they've also like exposed it to their partners, and now their partners are addicted to it, and some of their friends as well. I might have been patient zero at my workplace for this game spreading amongst everybody. But hey, it's a great game and I love it. So let's see. If you haven't seen this game before, basically what it is that you it's basically time guesser but for historical objects. So we'll start here. So basically you're given a historical object and you have to guess where in the world it's from and then the time period that it's from. Okay, so let's look at this here. Ooh, okay. Okay. Huh. I think is that Japanese? If it's not Japanese, it's pretty close. And I'm gonna guess it's probably like it could be China. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go with China. Submit guess. Whoa, okay, I was very wrong. It's Indian Madhya Pradesh. Huh. Interesting. And oh wow, it's way older than I thought. BC. Today I needed to turn down 3 invitations from my friends to go drink. So my college life is mostly this when I'm not studying or working. Yeah, that's fair. No, I totally get that. I did that a lot when I was in college too. All right. Whoa. Whoa, look at this thing. This is cool. Look at that. Okay. Now, it's just wood, right? Wood traces of pigment. Okay. I think it's hard to tell, but I think, oh God, this could be African. This could be like Papua New Guinea. I think it's African. Thanks for cheering me up. I'm going to go continue see it. Hey, thanks for coming out, man. Good to see you. And hey, good luck. You can do it. I believe in you. You can get this thing done and it'll be great. All right. I'm going to say it could be for like Kenya. I'm going to say Kenya and I'm going to say like that time period. Damn it, it was Papua New Guinea. I was so sure it was going to be Papua New Guinea. But then I got in my head and I was like, oh no, it's probably Africa. I got the time period right though. All right. Whoa. Okay. Is this made out of like clay? Or it's terracotta? I don't think it's actually like ancient looking at it. This is way too delicate and fragile. This is definitely later. I'm gonna say this is like German. I'm gonna say this is like late Renaissance, early Baroque. So mid guess. Ah, French. Ah, the French. Oh, we were so close with the date too. 1700s. So close. At least we knew it was European. Ooh. Okay. Okay, this is Mayan. This is 100% Mayan. I recognize the writing up here. That's Mayan for sure. Okay, so if that's Mayan, let's go to the Yucatan and just put it like in the middle of the Yucatan. I mean, the Mayan have a pretty wide range, so I'm gonna put it like there, 750 to 1000. Oh, sweet. Okay, got the location perfectly right, and just a wait. Oh, did I get the right? Yes, perfect 10,000. Awesome. I knew I could recognize Mayan immediately. Whoa, that's a rug. Okay, that's like a yeah. Okay, this is definitely like from India or somewhere similar, judging by the figurines on here. So it's probably from like India, maybe Pakistan, somewhere like in that area. So I'll put it like right here. And most of these, I'll say it's probably from like 15 to 1750, somewhere around there. Oh, so close. So close. And we were so close on the date too. Dang it. Ah, man. Oh, is that Benin bronze? That is a Benin bronze right there. All right. So thankfully, we know where all the Benin bronzes come from. Let's say it's about there. Okay, does that count? Yes, awesome. Another 10,000. Ooh, brass and gilt. Okay, is that a leopard? That looks like a leopard. That's really cool though, because it's a that looks like a leopard or a jaguar. Either way, I think it's South American. I don't know if does Peru have jaguars? They might. Let's put it here and let's put it about here. So I'd guess. Whoa, wait, no, it's African? Again? Is that a leopard? Or is it a cheetah? Uh, I guess brass is kind of more of a European thing. Okay, yeah, this is giving history of Benin. Let's see. But I want to know about, I want to learn about like this actual piece. What is it? Uh, dang it. Hey, pirate, good to see you. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good evening. We're doing some Anthropium real quick, and then we're gonna get into playing more of the Root Trees Are Dead. Whoa, what is this? Those are frogs. Bronze. I swear to God, this is another Benin. People in the boats. Crazy hair. I swear to God, if it's another. Nope. It's from Vietnam. God dang it. That's a wide range too. Are they frogs or weird crocs? They look like frogs from like this angle. That looks like a frog. Uh, these drums. Uh, it doesn't say what it is though. Dang. Oh, well, okay. Oh, I know what this is. That's Hatshepsut. That is Hatshepsut. I actually know exactly what this is in the Met. In their Egyptian wing. This is Hatshepsut. You can one of the ways you know it's Hatshepsut is because it's like broken and destroyed. Because she was a queen of Egypt that after she died, they like the next pharaoh like ordered everything about her to be destroyed and her name be erased from the record. But the problem is I don't remember exactly when Hatshepsut was around. I think it's before 1000 BC. What 1500? Dang it. That's the problem with ancient Egypt is that the history spans like 3000 years. Oh. Okay, this is the last one. Flax. Flax and wool. Okay. I think this is South American. Like a poncho, maybe? I'm gonna say this is like this looks like an Incan blanket or something like that. So I'm gonna say it's like roughly that old. Submit guess. Whoa, no, it's New Zealand. Oh, I broke it. It's so far away that I broke it. It's New Zealand. Whoa. I guess the wool part makes sense because they are known for growing sheep. Yeah, I would have never guessed that ever. This magnificent Maori cloak from New Zealand is a signature example of a genre known as Kaitaka Aruni and features wefts which run in a horizontal direction when worn. Wow. I mean, that was one of my favorite things. I don't remember necessarily this, but when I was in New Zealand, I went to New Zealand a few years ago, and one of my favorite things about New Zealand by far was learning about like the indigenous Maori people and everything. It was so cool. So cool. Really loved um that there and everything. All right, so let's see our final score. Okay, top 25%. Some of these were really hard today. Top 25%. I did pretty good. Yeah, the drum and the cloak kind of screwed me. The drum really screwed me. This bracelet screwed me. Oh yeah, and this mask. Oh man. Oh well. All right. Now, let's head back to our office here and let's get ready to play some more Roottrees. All right. I'm very excited because I almost forgot about this like extra content after you beat the game and almost didn't do it. All right. Now, also before we start that, there is one thing I do want to talk about, and that's going to be what we're going to be doing on Sunday. Sunday, we are going to be doing something that we did several months ago that I've been really looking forward to doing again. I think we did it back in 2025. I don't think we've done it this year. We are going to be doing another Zillow stream. So looking for houses on Zillow, looking for old houses, And playing along with that, we're going to be playing bingo. So we're going to be playing bingo, looking for like, certain features or aspects that you often find in these old houses. I'm really excited. It was really fun when we did it last time, and I'm really looking forward to it again. All right. All right, but without further ado, let me go ahead and get Roottrees going here. Get that launched. All right, and let's pause that music, and then go into studio mode. All right. And then, okay, and then hold on, let me turn on the game audio. All right, let me know if the volume's too loud or if the game's too loud. And get ready to hear a lot of this type of like jazz music a lot. I might real quick, hold on, I might turn down the music. Just a little bit. All right, so we're going to continue. I'm really excited to be continuing this. I really, really like this game a lot. All right. Oh, wait, hold on. How do I get to... Hold on, wait. How do I get to Roottreemania? Do I have to do new game? Hold on, wait. Where's the... Yeah, because I already did all this. I mean, there are still those. Oh, did it not save? Oh, it didn't save the last time. That's weird. Okay, yeah, we already saw this, but in case you missed it.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottree, and his partner was John Miller?
Yes.
That's exactly what I needed to hear. I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottree. Yup, I got old. The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, you look kind of similar.
My book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 Pieces, and my parents.
Right, this is a good kind of like reminder of where we were.
Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser.
Both, and also a lot of hints.
Lauren was right. I hated the 5 Pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning. My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man, but his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not. At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand. Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable.
I mean, even in the 90s, I feel like that was still not
I was born.
Crazy
a bastard
accepted.
Granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 Pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC. We were sent to the farm, and the 5 Pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary.
I kind of figured that. It was kind of obvious.
For being so confused that day. Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard. And while the Five Pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all, but there he is in the background. The sixth five-piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy. Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the Five Pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot Ernie was
But
her
due to
son.
family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy, a real Roottrie. He nearly ruined the company. When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions. Ernie earned about $36. They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point. Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry.
Oh yeah, and I think we're gonna find more dirty laundry tonight. There's a lot more.
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock. That sounded familiar. The Clancy Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as. And that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancy Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money.
It's like the rich can pay to hide their lies better. I mean, if I don't know if they were hid super well, considering it took me one guy to uncover
The
everything
truth
with
has been eating
90s
away at me for
technology.
years. But now I can set the record straight, thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light. And when it does, my share of the Clancy Trust is
That's
yours.
right, I forgot.
Like I said at the beginning, set for life.
All right, yeah, I forgot about the money. Of course, I'll take the money.
Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more Roottrees somehow appear from thin air, this is the last time I'll come knocking.
Oh, I think we're about to see some more Roottrees come up from thin air.
Thanks again, and so long.
All right. There. Oh yeah, and then the song. Sam Manson's book was published. It received mixed reviews. I love that. She's treating it as like this big thing, and then and then like it comes out and it's like, okay, no one really cares. And then everything changed. There's another mystery to solve. All right. Oh, I have to go to the new game part. Okay, that's why. Whoops, I don't think we did have to do that. Oh well. But hey, that was a good refresh of where we left off actually. It's actually kind of good that we did that. So yeah, so that was the Roottree secret. Now we're going to do Roottreemania. Find out what happens to the infamous family and a whole new mystery. All right. There we go. All right. Is this... Oh, is it the same time period? Oh, hello.
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be
Hi,
knocking,
Clark.
but life's funny sometimes.
Hello, Clark.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down.
Oh, no. Are you here to kill me?
A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too. I never
Okay.
wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. With my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
All right, Clark.
I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork.
Oh, no. Yep. That's what I figured.
Now that it's public knowledge that Clancy Trust covers any Roottrees despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced.
Oh, no.
You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time.
Okay, news
It's a
time.
disaster for us.
That's going to be the start of it. News
And then
time.
Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family.
I mean, yeah, she kind of hates all of you, it seems like.
I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in.
Okay.
It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side.
Okay. Are you, though? I'm not sure if I trust you yet, Clark.
In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you.
Okay.
Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally.
We'll see.
Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this.
I do.
To each their own.
I mean, yeah, to each their own. Okay. Ooh. Whoa, okay. Oh, whoa. Possible Infidelity 1 in 1921. Possible Infidelity 2, 1949. Possible Infidelity 3, 1975, 1982. Oh, no. Okay, yeah, so this whole thing is filled out now. Final affair. Wait, how many affairs did he have? Oh my god. I just realized. This person right here had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 affairs. Jesus. This is going to get a lot easier when DNA testing becomes more common. Family Tree Update, 1998. So this is somebody that's on the family tree. Okay, so this family tree update, I think, has to be her. It has to be Stephanie because she was pregnant in the photo. So this is like, oh, they had their baby. All right. Previously. Okay, this is like, I guess, all... Let's see. Yeah, these are all... This is all just like updates on everything. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Roottrees family. All evidence from before is still available. And for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. Isn't it ironic the more relatives, the less the pot becomes to a point when it is worth nothing for everyone? Exactly, yeah. That's the problem with this whole thing, is that, like, I mean, it started up here with these two, and then these they're 5 or 6 kids, technically 6. And then, yeah, it spreads down to everybody with a photo basically gets inheritance. So yeah, so by the time it does get like down here to this generation, there's so many. And now that we got all this coming out of the woodwork, apparently. Okay, so yeah, so... Yeah, so these are all just things that we looked at before. Okay. 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 There's a knock at your door. Clark Rafferty LaRoe, the current president of the Roottrees Company, explained that multiple people have come out of the woodwork to claim to be Roottrees. He has been trying to work with Sam, but she has not answered his calls. He also handed you a letter that he said you could share with Sam that said the following. To both of you, the company I hired to help us with the Clancid Trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as people they may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. So please, if you don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be realistically part of a new relationship that led to the birth of a new fruit tree. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the news sections of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying the timeline checks out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for the ones that led to potential new root trees. Got it. Okay. Some spots in the news section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members for the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'd love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt. I'm no stranger to infidelity. Damn, alright. I wish I could claim that I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unheard those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you. Refuse to make any more mistakes and do my best to sort out the various messes we've left behind. Jesus, man. Oh, this family sucks. So please, fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck, and thank you both. Okay, notable events. 6 pieces, the Roottrees Rift, Clark Rafferty LaRoe, 5 Ps, Roottreemania, Anonymom. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since you helped Sam Manson with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredible large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release that you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. 6 pieces. Sam Manson's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. The Roottrees Rift. In March, the Roottrees Company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark Rafferty LaRoe. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottrees and welcomed Sam Manson to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clancid Trust. This included any new questions of lineage. Hey, Aeon, hello. Welcome on in. Thank you for the lurk. I hope we have a nice, relaxing time here as we try to solve this new mystery. 5 Ps. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps is the only notable person on the update tree. Roottreemania. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottree publicly and vehemently denied that 5Ps was a Roottree. The Roottree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5Ps to drop his claim, and in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Roottrees. Anonymom and Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Roottree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree and therefore entitled to a share of the planet's trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter of the Roottreemania saga. As more and more of Anonymom's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 pieces in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn. Confirming the world's suspicion, the DNA test, orchestrated by the lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations that the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottreemania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Okay, so we got a few things. Yeah, that's the archived evidence from the previous part. Okay. So maybe let's look at the 6 pieces, maybe? Alright. Oh, wow, we don't have any of the other ones. We lost our access to the other databases. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let's go ahead and... Yeah. So 6 pieces. Let's look for 6 pieces. Let's start there. Alright. There's an older version of this page on the Time Travel Archive. Okay, hold on. We'll look at that in just a second. 6 pieces. Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Madsen was released in early 1999 and perhaps assisted by the still relatively recent plane crash shot to the top of the charts. Reviews were mixed, and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. Most reviewers agreed that the core of the book, about Samantha's fathers and the struggle they faced, was compelling, and that the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Roottree was deserved. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. Fallout from the book led to the Roottree company scrambling to release a statement, and due to conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionists, but more traditionally, analysts have been calling it the Roottree Rift. A few months later, due to Roottreemania, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. Okay, hold on. What's the older version? Okay. Okay, hold on. 6 pieces. Let's copy that. Put that in there. And then... let's put it... there we go. Got it. Sam Madsen's book, released earlier this year, is by Elias Roottree, as well as Sam's father, Edward Clancy Roottree, and John Miller. Let's verify her story. Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your new search. These sections have been added to your notes. Perfect. Okay. Let's start there. There we go. All right, 6 pieces. Okay, Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm from a period starting around 1968, after the death of Lasucci, until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy. According to Six Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to pregnancy. Hold on, wait. A caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay, I think we can. That's a lead right there, easily. Hold on, because Guy. Okay, this has to be Guy. This has to be Guy for sure. We just don't know which one is first. Oh god, do I have the whole... Is this everybody still? Oh, I think because this is... Yeah. This is Guy Hudson, right? Yeah. He would be... What is he again? President third. So this one has to be him. Because there are all these other possible infidelities. Well, in this one, Infidelity 1 has to be Elias, right? It has to be the first Elias because... 1921, everybody else I think was still kids. I think. Although, actually, no, wait, no, maybe not. I'll have to look again and see if we can figure out the dates. Because this one, I think, has to include somebody from this generation. And I think it would have to be either Clancy or Elias Jr. Or Elias himself. Okay. Oh, okay, and this one has a star, so this has to be Pez, or whatever his name is. Okay, hold on, let's go back to this. We've seen him never met, but worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding the markets previously untapped by Roottrees. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meeting with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Okay, so there is possibility somebody in Brazil. There's also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was. And was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. Sam mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her who's Beth because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Right, okay, so that's... Yeah, so, okay, so that first one then has to be... This one has to be Elias then. Okay. So it's not... And I think this 1949 one is possibly for this generation? If I had to guess. Okay. We are getting somewhere, though. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Wee Biscuit, welcome on in. How are you doing? I want to watch stream, but this game is on my wish list. Oh, hey, no, I get it. I 100% get it. Hey, I highly recommend it. It's really, really, really fun. It's a really fun game. Actually, you know what? Hold on. There's somebody we can ask real quick and see what they think of the game. Lewis here? Lewis? What do you think of the game The Roottrees Are Dead?
Green flag.
Yeah, exactly. Green flag. Perfect. The game is a huge green flag. It's great. All right. Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to look at this. Hold on, wait. Let me start making notes. All right, my siblings. Okay. All right. Let's call this one. The 6 pieces. And we'll just put everything that I want to highlight that's in here. Let's see. Okay. Alright, let's highlight that. And then alright, there we go. Let's see. I feel like the bribe somebody in Brazil is going to come back. Okay, so Elias may have cheated on Gwyneth. And then let's see. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her who's Beth. Alright. I want to look at this restaurant. I feel like that might help us figure out who the woman is. Alright. The name of the restaurant is Antonellis. Antonellis Restaurants, not because it's a chain, just because it seems to be a common name for an Italian restaurant. You may need more, you need to use a more local resource if you're looking for a specific one. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's look at the newspapers. Is this it? Is an Italian restaurant and has been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in 1994. The owner, Rachel Zimmer, sold the land the building was on. At the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded. She met her husband Steve, who was a chef at Ananoli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open up their own restaurant. Okay, Christine Garland. Okay, hold on. Copy that, put that here. Okay, so that's Steve. Yeah. Let's see, deliveries. Okay, trying to save money to move to Boston to buy their own restaurant. Okay, maybe... Okay, so Steve Garland is his name, because Christine Garland is her married name. Okay. So if we search Steve Garland... Okay. Oh, whoa. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, this is going to be so much harder. Because I think a lot of these are red herrings. Wow. Okay. Steve Garland. How about Christine? Nothing. Let's see. Trying to save up money to move to Boston. Yeah. Okay, it's just the same thing that we already got. What if we switch it? Hold on, okay. What if we switch it? Nothing. Nothing. Okay, what if we change it to Steve? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Steve Garland is mentioned in a couple of articles. The first was an article about how he met his wife Christine when he worked at Antonelli's. The second is from months later in September of 1978, a listing for his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991, and it's titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County resident. It seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was particularly plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Okay, I don't really know what that means, but alright. Apparently these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. Okay. Okay. So you can keep an eye on his son. So we know they have a son. If we go here. Because that one was in 1978. Yeah, so probably... It's probably... It's probably this one? No, it can't be that one. Because they got married. They eventually divorced. I think this might be... This might be them. Okay, hold on. Okay. Let's highlight that. I think that's what we're going to need to look up next. His recipe book was particularly plagiarized. Okay. Additional story by the same format. Okay. We still don't know Christine's... Or wait. Do we know... Elizabeth had a daughter. If we knew Elizabeth's name... If we knew Elizabeth's last name, we could figure it out. Okay, so hold on. Kitchen Tales. Kitchen Tales. This could be a red herring, or it leads nowhere. But... Mark Zimmer. Out of print, no copies available, re-released as Garnishing the Truth. The entire description of the book, according to the library system, is a recipe book that contains stories. Okay, what if we look for Garnishing the Truth? So that way I remember that. Nothing relevant. Mark Zimmer. What if I put that in here? I'm not sure this cookbook credit to Garland and Zimmer. It was released in 1994. Hold on. It was released in 1994 and was quite successful after the duo appeared to promote it on a daytime talk show. There have been multiple printings since. According to a book review, the recipes are accompanied by stories that help the reader remember the ingredients. The reviewer says that it seems good for learning how to cook for the entire family. Okay, so both of them. So Steve Garland. So I go back here. There we go. Okay. Soft cover. The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgments from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. The second is to James and Robert. You are becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. And final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. Okay, so there we go. So now we know that there are 2 sons. There are 2 sons, so it has to be... Yeah, it has to be this one. So this has to be... This is Elizabeth. Don't know her last name yet. And then she was a secretary. And then we know this is... we know this is... Stephen Garland. Okay. And we know... Well, we know one of them. Okay. Okay. There's also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. You might wonder what I'm doing with in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled in a McCarran's brew house over a game of darts. They said they'd given us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning him. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. I mean, hey, you know what? That's kind of fair, actually. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book at a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. Damn, all right, bro. Okay, hold on. I first met Steve... First met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. Okay. So yeah, James and Robert. We don't know which is which. That's the problem, though, is that we don't know who is... I'm assuming James would be older. Right? So James Garland. He's also a chef. And Robert Garland, who's also a chef. James Garland. nothing for James Garland. What about Robert? And again, these could be switched. We just don't know exactly. Okay. Is there anything... Is there anything else here that could... Hold on. Gourmet for the groovy? What if we search that? Okay, yeah. Yeah, September of 1978, so that makes sense. That... Hold on, wait, yeah, when was the... Does it say when the party was? Doesn't say anything. Again, there's nothing... Oh, wait, no, Elizabeth isn't her name. Elizabeth is her friend. So wait, yeah, no, Elizabeth isn't her name. Hold on, wait. Who does he say? Christine. Christine Garland. Hold on. Christine. Yeah, and again, we don't know what her maiden name is yet. We know she did deliveries. But do we know what company she did them for? Okay, hold on. Let's go back here. Okay, yeah. This person. That's where the names... I saw the name Zimmer before. They're the owners of the restaurant. Produce for her mother's farm. Doing deliveries, although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers. Moved to Boston to open their own restaurant. Okay, I want to double check. Was there... There we go. I knew there was another one. Newstime is a major news periodical that publishes a new issue every week. The rapper 5Ps famously appeared on the cover claiming to be a Rootree. Then, 1 week later, Miracle Rootree did the same, denying that he was. Because of this high-profile back-to-back discourse right at the start of Roottreemania, they appeared to be the de facto publication to get news about the ongoing Rootree saga. They reported record subscriber numbers during this time, which lasted until about the end of Roottreemania, when the world generally stopped paying attention and back to reporting on more traditional news. Okay. Now we have news time. Steve. No. James. No. Robert. No. Dang it. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's move on. Let's start looking at, because now that we kind of figured this out a little bit. Actually, no. Hold on. We go back. Wait, no. It was on. Oh yeah, so Steven apparently doesn't go by Steven. Hold on. Hold on, wait, let's go back. There we go, it was this one. Uh, uh, okay, hold on, let's highlight that real quick so that I have that name. Because I think Roach here, Shell. Michelle and her husband, Mark Simmer, have a few mentions in the Butler County Times. Mark was also mentioned once in the Butler County Times when he was sued. Oh, he owned a bookstore. Oh, wait. Wife of Mark Zimmer. Yeah, okay, so that's the connection. Alright. Bookmarks. Both closed. Okay, hold on. Book. Many times all of them were advertisements. Lauren Roottrees did a book signing in 1970. Okay, that doesn't really help us, I don't think. Okay. I think then with that, let's go ahead and let's move on to 5 Ps. Okay. Okay, so Felix Fellows. Okay, and Felix has to be this one. Felix Fellows. And is a musician. Okay. So let's just start here. Okay, Felix Fellows is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Roottrees and entitled to part of their fortune. His alias is a play on 5 Pieces, an article you find on the website known for their particular harsh reviews of modern music, gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7 for whatever reason, with the headline, More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection. Jesus. Okay, so he's not a good rapper, apparently. The review mentions his real name is David, and he goes by Dirte Davy. And the author the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when she was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new. The others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. At first, the Roottrees company denied it vehemently. Miracle Roottrees even appeared on the same magazine a week later. But since then, they've backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed his story. Okay, so I need to find those press releases too. That's another thing I need to find is those press releases. Hold on, wait. I'm going to add a page. I'll put it here. Things to look up. So things that if I forget. Okay, so hold on. So Roottrees company press releases. Okay. Okay, let's go on. Let's go right here. This reason album, Root of All Evil. Mentions his real name is David, and he used to go by Dirty Davy, and the author rused the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. Okay. She overdosed when he was 16. Cover of News Time, holding, yeah. All right, so let's go then to News Time. So 5 Ps. Okay, there we go. Felix Fellows, aka 5 Ps, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottreemania. A week later, Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover as well as the magazine. Okay, let's do Miracle next.
Dum Dum.
Yes?
Oh,
You give me Gum Gum.
Dum
I
Dum.
give you Gum Gum?
You do Dum Dum. You give me Gum Gum.
I don't have Gum Gum, I'm sorry. Hello, Alicia. Welcome on in. You deserve a Spanish omelet. Ooh, that sounds really good. That sounds actually really good. Okay, hold on. Oh, that was already added. Okay, never mind. Okay, here we go. Do we have a close-up of this photo? Bipez, aka Felix Fellows, appeared on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his inheritance, or his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational, and initially dismissed as fake, until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. Vipez says that his mother, Joanna, was Zach Morton's secretary when he retired, and then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit. First few weeks that he was president, his parents divorced when he was 4 after he learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid of her and her son's life, for her and her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16. But one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. Next morning they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all of the cash from the drawer and spent it on heroin. Jesus. As Felix went through her belongings, the only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of one photo he appears with on the cover of Newstime. He says it was the only one where they were dressed, the only one not from the affair itself. The picture is shown in full inside the magazine and was added to your evidence. Okay, there we go. The magazine also includes some additional history about Fipez's career. Was born to Riley and Joanna Fellows, but has never rapped without a moniker. He tried to find success by opening for other artists and even by selling CDs on street corners in Portland. He has only recently started going to Fipez to harness the power of his lineage. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottrees company as a secretary during sometime during the early to mid-70s. It also confirms she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went into foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to the Roottrees company, but at the moment the company's blanket statement was, since the release of the recent book, Roottrees has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name from media for publicity. I like the word lid. I discovered a nice lad from Liverpool using it. It is a cool word. Okay, so Joanna. Okay, hold on. Manager's ex-warden secretary. This guy's mother moved to Portland. Let's see. Felix went through her belongings. Felix was born to Riley and Joanna Fellows. All right. But again, we don't know her maiden name. So this has to be the first affair then. And we know this is Felix. That's Felix. Okay. Okay, here we go. This is the picture. And there we go. There we go. You know, her first name is Joanna. And we know what was that name again? Hold on. Riley. So Riley Fellows. Okay. Cashier, I guess? In this case, yeah. Or retail? I think it's cashier. Okay. Again, we don't know her maiden name. Okay. Oh, wait. Go back here. Let's see. Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover of Newstime shortly after Fipez did. He vehemently denied that Fipez was a Roottrees. Okay. This article was from before the DNA test had proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of Fipez's accusations regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. He starts with 6 pieces of content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottrees, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out that Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Oh, of course, yeah, he's a pastor. He's definitely not going to like that. Miracle says it was EC's own choice, and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6 Pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims to the clans of trust that the family have been subject to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says the entire family, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. All they do is tarnish his family's reputation. He focuses on Five Pez, who appeared on News Time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent, and says he is using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says that the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites Five Pez lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. The Miracle's Roottree are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and that now at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottree. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your hometown. Article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRoe, through the Roottrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottree, despite Sam Matson being born the year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Okay, there's not really a ton there. Okay, I want to look up. We do have Modern Music Monthly, and we need to look up Root of All Evil. Okay. Really? Maybe I have to look up him. Really, nothing in Modern Music Monthly. You would think there would be. Okay, here we go. Bypass is popular enough and attractive enough that even though his music is not targeted towards teens girls, they seem to be paying attention anyways. While he hasn't done any interviews with the magazine, they've listed him amongst the hunky hotties for the past few months with small bios that tell you various facts about him. That includes his real name, David, his birthday. His birthday is February 9th, 1977. His star sign, Aquarius, and where he grew up, foster care in Portland. A letter to the editor also claims that it's not possible that he was born in 1977, as he claimed in a song called 17 Magazine that he turned 17 in 1992. The editor responds with a statement that they've reached out to his agent to ask about the song, and were told it wasn't performed by Five Pez and that they shouldn't print rumors. Hey, Flora, hello. Welcome on in. Welcome to the Lurk. I hope you're having a great evening and having a good day. We're just getting our way, trying to solve this new mystery in the root tree, where there has been stories of infidelity. I mean, a lot of infidelity. I mean, look at all this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 affairs that we gotta figure out. 7 whole affairs. And we're slowly... What's his real name? David. Wait, yeah, we knew that, right? Wait, his real name is David? Hold on. David, his birthday, 1977, his star sign Aquarius. Oh, Flora decided to ask Lewis a question. Oh wow, this is a heavy one. All right, let's see what he says. All right, Lewis, have you lived a similar life of debauchery as all these cheating root trees?
Elon won't like this one.
You know, given his track record, I think he would be okay with this. You know, that's all I'm gonna say about that. All right. Oh yeah, his real name is David. Hold on. So his name is David. Lewis was so scandalous even Elon would blush. What? That's actually crazy. That would be crazy. It also claims that it's not possible that he was born in 1987, as he claimed in a song called 17 Magazine that he turned 17 in 1992. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, no. Okay, this is right. 1990, yeah. Hold on, 17 Magazine? Hold on, wait, we got some conflicting evidence here. Okay. The editor responds with a statement that they've reached out to his agent to ask about the song, and were told it wasn't performed by Five Pez and that they shouldn't print rumors. Wait, so who wrote that song then? Hold on. "17 Magazine." Okay, no. No. Hold on, what if we just straight up spider search it? Oh! 17 Magazines, sometimes referred to as 17 Magazine, is the title of an unreleased and controversial song by Dirty Davy. There's mentions of it on a few sites claiming that it was on the first release of his first mixtape but was removed. There's no audio or visual evidence of it existing, but there are some independent accounts from people who have claimed to have heard it, and they do generally line up. According to their recollection, it was about many different loosely connected occurrences of the number 17, mostly violent. The intro states it was written on Davy's 17th birthday and involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show for a teen magazine with a similar name to the song title. person doing the violence was apparently trying to beat Dahmer's high score. Dahmer pleaded guilty to killing 16 people in 1992. Due to major acts of gun violence in schools earlier this year and the subsequent backlash against violent music and video games, it is generally considered to be in very poor taste to bring it up. Most of the people that enjoy mentioning it online are either trolls or trying to shock people or come from the morbidly curious corners of the internet. Dirty Davy. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, wait. Okay, that was his old name. Dirty Davy was his old name. That's right. Okay. Hold on. Okay, no. For a teenage magazine of similar title. Okay, nothing. I didn't know if maybe that was a hint. To fan sites, Felix Fellows is not Fipez's actual name. His birth name was David Fellows. Dirty Davy was Fipez's previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under the name. There are some people selling his old mixtapes at auction sites. One is apparently called Dirty Devil. The other is Dirt Poor. Okay, hold on. Dirty Devil was Fipez's first mixtape. There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop culture references, with a range thought to be somewhere between 1992 and 1994. One of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be the center of confusion. Some fan sites claim there are multiple versions with different track lists and song lengths on them, though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that information. Hold on. We copy that. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. Where do we search Dirty Davy? Oh, it's a defunct magazine. That's why there's nothing coming up with it. Yes, I Can Jump. Okay. Is a song that was on Fipez's mixtape Dirty Devil. It seems to be the only song that didn't make it onto his studio album that people thought should have. In it, he references a popular movie from 1982 called White Man Can't Jump. This reference has caused some confusion amongst the fan base. Because of it, it is agreed upon that the mixtape had to come out in 1992 at the earliest, but others point out that Fellows references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday, which would have been in 1994. Some take this to mean that the album had to have been released in 1994 at the earliest. Others claim that he was likely just trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he has stated multiple times that he was just a dumb kid when it released. Okay, there's a lot with him. We go back. Dirty Davy. Okay, Dirt Poor. Dirtpoor was a mixtape by Dirty Davy released in 1996. There's a lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that in one of the songs, Felix Fellows includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin, Reina, in a list of attractive women. The lyrics to one of the songs, Heat, mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s, and provides a crude pun or line about what Fellows felt about them. When released in 1999, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overtly profane, and the line referencing Reina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to a character from The X-Files. Dana Scully. Jesus. Okay, hold on. I don't think there's really anything else here. Okay. Okay, what's the song? He had a song that mentioned his birthday. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. This is getting confusing. Is David the same? Are they the same person? Did I search Root of All Evil? I don't think I did. Okay, here we go. According to various sources, the album is mostly material that Fipe has recorded for his mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences in professional production. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, Fipe has announced he retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. Okay, hold on. We spider searched that. Let me go ahead and highlight that as... Oh, no. Highlight that as well. All Your Problems. There we go. Okay. This track is the only new song on the album. The subject matter of the song is the hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the only people who think money is evil are those that have it. Those that can't afford not to be greedy. In the song, Pipe triumphantly talks about taking the Roottrees' wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. Okay, hold on. Okay, I don't know if I want to listen to it. Okay, hold on. This is the only single Five has Root of All Evil. It received some airplay, but didn't make a big splash critically commercially, so it's kind of catchy. Mass of the States. Deserve it. Look at here, Sonny, don't you ever come for our money. Or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My papa's plants of trust should keep you away. Catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, or blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners because we didn't earn it. Passion. Candy ass names, not so sweets. Did I play that game? Workplace and Boardwalk. Let's see. Okay. Alright, let's listen to this thing.
Attention, Roottrees.
Oh god.
This is 5-piece coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems.
Oh god.
Man, y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations.
You can't see it, but I'm physically, like, cringing.
In hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners because we didn't. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as
Let's see.
creed from he without blame. But instead, I turn my
Magazines, Roottrees, physical media such as record albums.
You say
Oh wait, can I... If I go...
root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Okay, there's no... I was hoping that maybe there'd be, like...
This tragic orphan, your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible. I'm better off penniless. That's actually extortion with your candy ass name. Synonymous with sweet.
Let's
You
see.
wanna call me classless, I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock half G,
Let's see.
cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right?
Inspired at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil.
Not eager to unhand that fortune. That's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class courtroom, decorum, I way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say
Okay, let's see if we can find the...
root of all your problems. Let me take
Uh,
those problems away.
Bring the choir in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away. You say money is the root
let's see.
of all your problems. Let me
I'm
take those problems away.
feeling a little lost right now.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle.
Overseas. Weeks at a time. God was known for spending the time in his own business. What if I just search Brazil? Okay. Hold on, okay, let's look up. Clark Rafferty LaRoe is the new president of the Roottrees Corporation. This does not include Root, which appears to have its own new leadership. Oh, Root has its own new leadership. Okay. In early March of 1999, about 5 months ago, it was announced that both Clark Rafferty LaRoe and Ron Roottree would be taking over for what was essentially described as a transitional period. In the aftermath of 6 Pieces, about 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that thanked Ron for his work, but announced that Clark was the new permanent resident. Most of the information about Clark you already knew. Many descriptions of him tend to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Lauren Roottree. Few seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray in the public eye. He gained a lot of his support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. It also served as an announcement that the Clancy Trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. Okay. What if I just Google Roottree Company? One of those things is its website, although during your last search, you only got a good look at the history page. The design itself has clearly become much more sleek and very corporate. Gone is any history focused on Elias Roottree. Instead, the site seems to focus on the present status of their candy offerings, with high-quality JPEGs of each of their products. There are some small ads for Root, which is a clothing company owned by the Root. Yeah. Small section at the bottom of the list, the president is Clark Rafferty LaRoe. A short bio mentions that he was responsible for some of their marketing before taking the reins after the unfortunate plane crash. There's also a small memorial section for those that perished in the plane crash, including the Roottrees sisters, Carl and Brenda, Kurt Johnson, Mark Sanchez, Trish King, and Eliza Nicholson. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think that's the old thing. Okay, hold on. Kurt Johnson, pilot and co-pilot of the Roottrees crash. Trish King was on the cabin crew of the Roottrees private jet. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza, lived in a house with her family about 200 yards from the section of woods where the plane crashed. She reportedly had a heart attack during the commotion, and her family were unable to reach emergency services due to the overwhelming phone lines and the ongoing storm. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer responding to the plane crash, but it was too late. Huh. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know, I feel like this might not go anywhere. Overdosed when he was 16. Let's see. Okay, what if we just search Joanne's Fellows? Because she might have an obituary. She might have an obituary. what's her full name? Hey, Kat. Hello. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good evening as well. We are in the middle of solving a family mystery. We are trying to figure out who all of these people are. Who are all these people? In this line or examples of infidelity in the Roottrees family. Especially this guy right here, Guy Hudson, who apparently cheated 5 times. All right. Okay, hold on. So Joanna Fellows. Let's see. Is that how you spell it? I don't think. No. Okay, what about... What was his name? Riley? Nothing. Yeah, he was a scoundrel. But he's not the only one, though. Got 2 other family members here who are also scoundrels and had affairs. Okay, how do we get their... I want to see their statements. I want to find the Roottrees family statement, or the Roottrees company statements. No. Let's see. Let's see. Really tired, haven't gotten much sleep lately due to my worrying about my sick cat. But she has turned a corner today and is getting better. Okay, that's great to hear. That's great to hear that at least the cat's getting better. And hopefully you can sleep better tonight because of that. And I hope your cats... I hope they're doing well and you're giving them all the pets and all the snuggles. Let's see. Okay, hold on. What about Root? The website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but contains no new information. Black color with no text on it. On the leadership page, it was currently managed by a designer who was apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated to your search. Information about the Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it's also given them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. According to the site, the fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees Sisters. Like other aspects of the Lancet Trust, it is managed by Ruby Legal Enterprise. Okay, hold on. Ruby Legal Enterprises. Okay, hold on. We can search that. Okay, hold on. Ruby Legal Enterprises is the name of the law firm that has been hired by the Roottrees Candy Company. The company is named after their head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. You can't find much about the company from before this year. Though all the articles tell the same tale, after the fiasco of 6 Pieces and the revelation of the Roottrees' internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Rootree Corporation, including the candy company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Sisley Sanchez. Interesting. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Let me try looking it up in here. No. Okay, what about... Okay, here we go. Business Watch, Ruby Spratt. Clark Rafferty LaRoe, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal Enterprise, were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the Clancy Trust. There's an article about that process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. Here we go. Okay. It seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottrees sometime in late March after the Roottree Rift, but well before Roottreemania. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money so long as she could be as public face to build her reputation. The family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible. After looking over the Clancy Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprise has been described as a mix between a law firm and PR firm. Her first move, a sort of a trial run before she was hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they'd begin to address the Clancy Trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes, such as scholarships that have been set up in the names of the deceased. Okay. I want to see if we can find copies of these public statements. Okay. Okay, Ruby Spratt, like her legal company, is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Roottrees is from a website or a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article for a recurring series about modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There, she graduated from the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was a part of. One was a legal consultant in a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. The rope ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's success are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. I think they know each other. I think Ruby and David know each other. She's from Portland. Also grew up in foster care. I think they know each other. I think they're working together. Poly Market gas station. Yeah, so this is where I think so she's from Portland. Ruby Spratt is apparently now in charge of the Roottrees, the Roottree family's legal proceedings. And it says here that Ruby grew up in foster care and lived in Portland. But you know who also lived in Portland was the rapper Felix Fellows, or David Fellows, who is currently trying to get money from the Roottrees, who was from Portland and grew up in foster care in Portland. And he is currently trying to get money from the family that Ruby is now in charge of. I think they're working together. I think they secretly know each other. I think there's some mystery going on here. Okay, okay, there was also this... Let's see. Oh yes, Cicely Sanchez. Cicely Sanchez is author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up, Foreign Gospel, 1984, did not perform as well critically, but sold quite respectably. She has written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are claimed to fame. According to a site about authors, Cicely is known for her nonfiction with a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. Recently, Cicely appeared in a magazine called Picotee, with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Okay, that's something that we need. Hold on, let's add another page here. Where's Cicely Sanchez? Okay, hold on. This is good. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, whew, got it. Publication, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wider variety of audiences and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch on and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears popular at any given time. In recent years, it has included Beanie Babies, Magic Eye images, and even Red Bull. It has often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Picotee gets around this by stating in every issue that all the articles are all the hearsay that's fit to print. At one point, Picotee ran an article about Cicely Sanchez, an author. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. The article was not given even the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottrees Corporation. A particular issue, the Big Sass Seabass issue, was pulled from shelves. It has now become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottrees company was hiding. You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. Classic. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, so now we have this. Let's put her in here. There we go. It's an issue that focuses on talking talking to a fish, and the demonic messages it's supposed to have said as the batteries ran low. Piketty had an article about a canceled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, the issue was pulled from store shelves. Due to the recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. Hold on, wait. We go here. Okay, it's just talking about the sea bass. It's not. Okay. Okay, hold on. Piketty. Let's look here real quick. Ugh. Cicely Sanchez reveals Roottrees secrets. Alright. This was the issue of Piketty magazine that contained an article about Cicely Sanchez. The story concerned an unreleased book they had written about Guy Hudson. It seems that it used photos of Guy. Unfortunately, magazine. Okay, well, we've already read all this. The magazine was pulled from shelves, and the version you found in your periodical search had the relevant pages removed, rendering the magazine useless. June 1999. Is there... Okay, hold on. We go back here. I recently finished online auction. Listed a copy at $1,000, though nobody bid. What if we... Okay, talking fish. Okay, it's the same thing. Hold on. Talking fish. It's a fake mount. It's a rip-off of a more popular web-mounted communication-based fish decoration. The packaging makes it clear that this one does not sing. Instead of an advertisement, it says Big Sass Sea Bass. Apart from its competitors, a sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with laughter. It's oceans of fun with the whole family. You'll be hooked on a big sassy bass. The issue was removed from stores after the Roottrees sued the magazine. Collector's items, regular conspiracy theories. Basil Bub. Hold on, what if we... Okay, yeah, it's just the same thing. Oh, no. Our family has a financial alliance. Here's the site that led you to find a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty, Lauren's grandson. Sculptures were not useful. Who claimed he was a Rootree, but was not. Hold on. It may now be irrelevant. Okay. There's no new information here is basically what it's saying. That's right, Lauren had other books. Lauren Rootree. Okay, here we go. On May the 6th piece released, Lauren Rootree, author of A Life Between Wars, was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. There was a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench outside near a small pond on the premises. Okay, hold on, is that... Okay, nothing. Page hasn't been updated. She had, yeah, that's right, she had other books. Lauren Rafferty. Released her romance novels under the name Lauren Rootree. This included Romance in Court. Referred to as the Court Jester series. Romance in Court. Romance in Court. Oh, wait. Of her brother's lectures on the Middle Ages. Hold on. Okay, what if I just general search Guy Hudson? Only President Rootree for a few years. Roottreemania, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5 Ps appeared on a cover of a magazine holding a photo of Guy and his mother. A few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. This fact has led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car accident, he was drunk or impaired in some way. But the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves precisely that it was not foul play and that no party had taken place. Rootree's lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who tries to disparage Guy or the company in public. Okay, nothing new there. Nothing new there. Cover. Okay. Man. We've been going at it for almost 2 hours, and we only have one person, I think, figured out fully. There's something here, but I don't know what it is. Piketty. Would it be somewhere else? Basilbub? Okay, yeah, I mean, the fish toy is there. $19.99. Oh, okay, what else on here have I not looked up? Nonomom. Leanna knows how it echoed 5 pieces in nearly every significant way. The court returned confirming the world's submission to the DNA test orchestrated by lawyers on both sides proved that her daughter was not a Rootree. The final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of an entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax. Okay, Rootree Rift. Maybe that's what I gotta look up. Hold on. There we go. This is what I want to find. Okay, the 3 press releases from the Rootree Candy Company after the release of the 6 pieces were referred to as the Rootree Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. The first was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Rootree Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Rootree would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Clancy Trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts at the time, between the 2 press releases, would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Rafferty LaRoe and Ron Rootree would be taking over the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that compensation planned would be based on stringent verification processes. Okay, hold on, Ron. Let's look up Ron. Announced as president during the Rootree Rift. The next press release immediately reversed the announcement, saying that Ron and Clark would take over. A few weeks later, Ron was drawn from the title entirely. There are hundreds of results about this development. But most articles are retelling of basic details, some veneer into heavy speculation based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. Okay. Ron has also done some interviews saying that the truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something he wishes to discuss. Instead, he hopes to release a movie about it someday. 3 weeks ago, Ron's mother, Gwen, died in Paris, France. He and his brother, Robbie, have seemingly made amends. Okay. Oh, let's go look then. Business Watch. Business Watch ran an article about 2 months after the Roottrees rift about what really happened with Roottrees. The article mentions that nobody from Roottrees that they reached out to was willing to go on record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and the source on the inside. The only parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts, and ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. Timeline says that the family actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Roottrees died, but before the release of 6 pieces, and decided they wanted Ron Roottrees to take over because of experience running RR Productions and because he was well-known and well-respected Roottrees. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the Clancy Trust to remove Robbie Roottrees. Family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled, and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When 6 pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action while the family was in the limelight and released the press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the Clancy Trust, and eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but he seemed to be the safest choice. Okay, there's not really, again, not a ton of stuff here that we don't already know. Let's see. As Ruby Spratt and her company, Ruby Legal Enterprises, were featured in Business Watch after the company took over the Clancy Trust. Okay, yeah, no, this is... That's the thing we already read. I mean, yeah, I think if I just put Roottrees in here... I think if we Google Ruby in here, it's just the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay. Let's see, anything here? No. Okay. Okay, wait, I think there's something here about Elias. Elizabeth. Secretary named Elizabeth. I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of lost on really what to do next. June 1999? Hold on. it spelled? Nothing. Well, we already looked up Sicily everywhere, I think. Yeah. Oh, her books. Okay, hold on. We didn't look up her books. Let's look up her books real quick. Let's see, out of print. Book's description is this to say, what if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships gone in the blink of an eye, would you still be you? Leslie Sanchez tells a powerful, true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? Okay, hold on. Oh, no. Foreign Gospel. Of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. The book tells his version of the story, but the author says the chances also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. Okay, well, what if we just search these? Okay, nothing. I feel like this isn't really going anywhere. Okay, is there something on the page about the fish? Right, I have to put magazine. Claims on my book about the root tree. Toy fish. Where is... Do I still have it? Here it is, yeah. Talking fish. Is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. Elias Carl. Hold on. News time? see, nothing here. Carl, maybe? Because I can't use... I have to use a new photo. I can't use any of these. I have a feeling this might be Miracle. Okay, hold on. Stephanie Landon. How do you... God dang it, how do you spell it? A-N-I-E. Really? Nothing? Oh, that's right, Stephanie Jones. That's right. There we go. Since Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones's campaign website, 2 new sections exist. The first is Baby Photo. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which she ended up being very fitting considering she was born right before Christmas. The second is What's Next. There's not much suspense here right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family. There has been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Okay. Well, this is definitely... There we go. Got that. Stephanie. Okay, hold on. So this is going to go... This is over here. And this is going to be that. And this is going to be that. Stephanie Landon. Hold on. Brian Jones. I'll double check that is there. Yeah. Brian Jones. And they said... so last name would be Jones. They said named after her grandmother. So her grandmother would be... Clara. Yeah. Carol. Catherine. Maybe Carol? I mean, Clara is close to Carol, I guess. Oh, her grandma. Oh, Caroline. Okay. That's oh, her grandmother, not Stephanie's grandmother. It's the baby's grandmother. So Caroline Morden. Yeah, and they said it's similar to Christmas. Okay. Okay, wait, something's not right then. Oh, wait. I need to put the occupations. Politics and baby. Yes! Okay, we finally made some progress. Jesus. Oh. There we go. Those 4 are locked for sure. There we go. Booyah. Finally. Progress. Oh, hello.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
All right, let's hear it.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees.
Okay, that's good to know.
First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news.
Yep.
I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me.
Okay.
I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there.
Okay.
But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow.
Oh boy.
The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions.
Okay.
But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it.
Okay.
I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down.
Okay.
The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
All right. Oh wow, we got a lot of new stuff. Ooh. Okay. Company records. Okay, hold on. This photo was given to you by Sam Marsden. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Rootree. The details on this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Rootree. Okay. Stuart is the older boy in the vest. Is that her husband? She's a Rootree. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing the vest. So Stuart Clementine, Mary Beth Clementine. Okay. Okay, this is a lot to go off of. Hence the Clementine that's on her guitar. I just realized that. Okay. Okay, hold on. Because if we go here... Yeah, two kids right here. So that's this one right here. Actually, wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Possible in 21. So wait, then who's this? Oh, is this the husband? Okay, that might be the husband. So Miracle then would go here. Miracle goes there. Preacher. This would be her. This would be him. And we know her name is... Hold on, wait. We know her name is... Mary Beth Clementine. But Clementine would be her husband's name. because that's her husband. Okay, but Mary Beth Clementine. Okay, we do have that to go off of right now. Okay. Oh, we got secretaries. Joanna Robertson. Okay, hold on. Some partial staff records cross-referenced by Sam Madsen. These records are only based on old tax mailing information and only detail the employee that worked directly for Roottree or their corporate office. The many laborers on the farm and their factories are not listed. You're not sure how useful they'll be, except for cross-referencing guys' secretaries and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they're listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. President Zach Morrison, this man is Ernest, office staff, Elizabeth, Carl, Fred, secretaries, farm, and manufacturing. Samantha, John, Elizabeth, Pharaoh. Okay, this is actually huge. This is very helpful. Thomas Green, Fred, Stewart, Sam, Roberts. Okay, Elizabeth Pharaoh. Hold on, wait. That's Christine. That's Christine. We just need to find a picture of them. We just need to find pictures of them somehow. And Joanna here. Robertson. Do you know what? 1975, yeah. This is Robertson. Robertson. Okay. Okay. That's actually very helpful. Okay, and then next one. 1977 it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over the retirement party in November before spending the final month working on transition. Guy Hudson replaced Ernest. Patrick Decker was hired. Elias C. Roottrees was no longer employee. Christine Farrow was hired. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Timeline-wise. Yeah, because Christine is right there. Joanna Robertson no longer is listed among the secretaries, but Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Okay, yeah, so that's when she got married. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottree. Christina Farrow is no longer listed among the secretaries, but Christine Garland has been hired. Okay, we already found all that information. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus. Okay, I think Beth Knox is the person that we're looking for. But Knox might be her... Oh, no, wait, no, she never got remarried. 50 years. This is 1921. $50 of working there. If she was like, say, like in her 20s or in her teens, I think that's her. I think that's Beth Knox. And she worked in... She's a secretary. Where's President? All right, Elias Roottrees. Again, we just need pictures of them. Alright, we're making so much more progress now. Okay. Oh no, wait. 50-year work anniversary bonus. So she would have been hired in 1926. But they still could have had an affair before. Wow, that family goes far. Okay, hold on. Next. Guy Hudson took over. This began a particular VOD to appear in the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed. Edward Rootree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed. Raffertoons is now listed as office staff. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed by Rootree. Christine Garland is no longer working for Rootree. Beatrice Watts and Corny Schwartz were hired. Juliet McCullen and Doris May are no longer employed by Rootree. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing are hired. On screen, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, Jack Keating is no longer employed. Emily Seinfeld and Sam Ketchell are hired. Robert Logan is no longer employed by Rootree. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Interpreter. Presidential office refurbishment. 5 Pieces flavor development. Edward Rootree retirement party. Christmas Tree Bash. Travel expenses Australia, China, France, Brazil. Flavor development. July 1st, actually New Year's. Okay, so he went to all Australia, China, France, and Brazil. Susan Ford. Okay. Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Douglas Rosenberg is no longer employed. Edward and Robert Andrews were hired. Edward Morrison no longer employed. Corny Schwartz and Beatrice Watson no longer employed. Linda Lewis and Englyn Ingram are hired. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing are no longer employed. Catherine Garrett was hired. William Sam is no longer employed. Emily Seinfeld no longer employed. But an Emily Barnes is now listed. Gwyneth Matson is no longer employed. But a Gwyneth Cattrall is now listed. Susan Ford no longer works in this department. 5, okay, to flavor development. New Year's Eve balls, July 4th, Christmas party bash. Flavor development. Grandorf Dove donation. What is that? Ray Hudson died in 1982. Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended, and all the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy, were let go. Sam Masson left Rootree in 1984, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Susan Ford. I have a feeling Susan Ford might be one of them. No secretaries were by Rootree. Rootree instead uses a temp agency called Worktime Temp. Rachel Logan was hired. Amy Sutton was hired. Flavor development. Fred Gleason, 50-year Work anniversary bonus. Okay. Work anniversary bonus. Six pieces prodigy. Genealogy genie prodigy. There's all the information I have about Regina Clementine. Nee Salazar. From New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband, Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently, the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who is a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottries, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it's been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online, and she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times, and Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seemed to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she is who she says she is. I've attached it to this email. Please consider saving a tree and not printing this email. Okay, hold on. Okay, so that has to be... So this one has to be, Regina and Stuart Clementine. She's a letter and called her. She told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Okay, let's start... Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we have these ones kind of figured out. Hold on, let's look up... First, let's look up... but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. He wrote to me behind his back. Mary Beth Clement. Okay, let's start a new one. Beth. Mary Beth Clementine. Let's see. Big proponent of adoption. Came to Butler County a few times. Okay, hold on. Let's see. He was a police officer and never knew his father. Hold on, wait. If he never knew his father, then... I think... This has to be them because otherwise, because they're split up. So I think. So hold on, Mary. This I think is right because according to this, Stuart is the older boy in the vest. Yeah. So that's Stuart. So Stuart Clementine. Apparently he's a police officer. And this would be what was her name? Regina Salazar? Okay. And this is Mary Beth Clementine, who is a musician. So we got 1, 2, 3. 4. Okay, we have 4 more, so we need another 4 in order to make this work. That means this also has to be that one. Don't know his name yet. Police officer. Okay, let's look. First, let's just straight up search her real quick. Mary Clementine was a singer most popular in. Oh wait, no, hold on. I just realized I have to get rid of the Clementine here because that's not. That's not her married name, I don't think, or her birth name. It was a singer most popular in the years between 1942 and 1959. She traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious popular songs. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the new label New Edison. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoptions. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. Okay. So this is Mark. Now, is that her, again, is Mark her, or is Clementine her birth name or her married name? She spoke as an advocate for adoption from the U.S. Congress, who were convening to debate and discuss first adoption of an African-American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, was adopted under unusual circumstances. Huh. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager, Sterling. This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Mary Beth passed away in 1984 at the age of 76 of a stroke. Okay, Sterling. Is Sterling a first name or a last name? Okay, Sterling is a first name. Is it Sterling Clementine? Again, I'm not 100% sure if... I'm not 100% sure if Clementine is Sterling's name or if Clementine is her maiden name. I think it might be her maiden name because it's saying that they didn't know that she divorced. So I think Clementine was, yeah, her maiden name. Okay, hold on. Okay, so let's go ahead then and let's search her. Oh, whoops, nope, that's not what I meant to do. Try this one. Reviewed and advertised many times in Modern Music Monthly, but the most popular recording was the release of her cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands. It was released under the new label New Edison. Very positive review of her cover, and the writer complimented her voice and tone of her guitar. The review had nothing to say about Mary Beth herself, so it's not of much use for your investigation. Also some other ones. One other one was The Old Rugged Cross. Okay. Let's look up New Edison, maybe? New Edison was a small record company based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 1940s. They raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining popularity. According to the website about the history, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. You find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites of old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of The Old Rugged Cross and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison, got into a physical altercation in public leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems under-submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood and I'll add them to the page." Okay, so Edison is his name. Edison is his name. Clementine. Okay. Yeah, so hold on. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, is that it? Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's search this real quick. Edison Records versus Edsel, because it might turn out that maybe Edison Records is one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very important, except for a potential lawsuit they filed in 1945, Edison Records versus Edsel. A website about lawsuits mentions this as a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. The record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the U.S. was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Okay, so he's actually not Edison, he's Edsel. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Trying to trick me. I thought that looked a little weird. Okay, is there anything else here? Old Rugged Cross. Okay. Mary Beth Clementine on site. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the Old Red Cross. But the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. For New Edison, and it was advertised quite a few times. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, however, it listed the artist as Mary Beth Quaker. Aha! Look at these people changing their names. Oh, dang, we did it? Oh, it's every 4. Okay. Okay, booyah. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We are making progress. We are making a lot of progress. Okay, we still only have, like, not even half the things filled in. Okay, Horror Music Monthly. Okay, hold on. We go back. Is there anything else here? I mean, we kind of figured out everything we did about Mary Beth. But Mark Clementine. There we go. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes? Jesus. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list from here or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. Jesus. Okay, hold on. There's a lot here. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and an assault. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian-Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him his nickname. Okay, hold on. Just really quick here. There we go. New periodical, Portland Telegraph. Okay, there we go. Sweet. Is credited as having given him his nickname. His mugshot from the incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Okay, hold on. There's a lot here now. So, pilot. Now know who he's a pilot. And he had 2 daughters. Okay. Oof. Rough photo. Oh, I can't put it there yet until I verify him. Okay. We do have a lot. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna... Okay, hold on. This is gonna be Mark Clementine. There's a lot here. and he had a lot of family, so... Crocodile Clementine. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, Basket Baby of 1950. We need to look up that as well. Almost everything comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot. There we go. Add that. Rest of 1984 in San Diego for filing an attempt to see his daughter's graduation. Okay. So we got a few things here that we need to look up. First, we need to go to Portland Telegraph. Okay, Mark Clementine. He's about the crocodile's first major arrest. He was flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane. His flights were very low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile on the leg and had to call in a mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell them he was a crop duster, but somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit. The story seemed very odd, and the controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting, and he was promptly arrested. Yeah, it didn't really help me. What about... The Portland Telegraph had an article slightly longer than most about the Billy Sims incident, mostly because the assaulter, Crocodile Clementine, had appeared in the paper before. Because of somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question, and because their readers were already familiar with Mark, they filed it under the special banner called Croc Watch. It mentions that our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at a high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order on file on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyways. It was unknown to the school staff, including Sims. When is this? Does it say? It doesn't say. At the time, who he was, but a security guard recognized him when the trouble started. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try to avoid the guard when the exchange between him and Sims took place. The article finishes by facetiously asking, what will Croc get up to next time? You can tell there are no more instances of Croc Watch. Walking the stage. Okay. Let's see. So we know he had a daughter, but it could be either one of these. We don't know who. San Diego. We just searched San Diego. Is that... Actually, hold on. Let's look up... Basketball of 1950. A few sites about true stories focused on and around religion mentioned that in 1950, a gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the sites, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as the Basket Baby, and he even went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the websites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent them from becoming people look too closely. From context, you know that Mary Clementine and her son Mark would become known as Crocodile Clementine. Okay, yeah, that's basically all stuff we already know. Okay, we look up Billy Sims here. Is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School. Diego, so much information. Okay. Punched by Crocodile Clementine. Let's see. Pretty much every news organization, from trustworthy to tabloid, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Simmons' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in the now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and say, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only lightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims participated in it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both of the men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. Okay. Sandstone High School. If we copy that, put that in here. Nothing. Hold on. Crocodile Clementine. Not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable publications normally wouldn't. So you look up the Billy Simmons incident, and it seems like they did report on it. You gain a few new bits of information, though it might not be useful. Once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that found out we're testing their products on animals. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine bail was paid for by Tostario Jacobson. Viewed other students that were at the event to find if anyone knew anything. And the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Okay, so Mary. Mary Clementine. Okay. Let's see, anything here? Okay, here we go. News Time did it. From a different perspective, their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife, Clara, as well as multiple staff members at the school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. There we go. Okay, that's what we need. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked at an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter. Okay, so they had two daughters, and she felt the need to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister, and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the Army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody could connect them to her ex-husband. So legally, they are still Clementines, but they go by Webb. Okay. So this is Colleen Webb. This is Colleen Webb. And then this. So one of these is the other web. We don't know which one, though. So Mary Webb. We already looked at this one, right? Starlet? Teen Blast, maybe? Because it involves teens? No. Okay, hold on. There we go. There we go. Look at that. A Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. Apparently, it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises, although almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. Ooh. She also had a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. In the diary entry, she talks about the trips she's personally taken and uses that opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer. There are also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with a ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day that the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. The photo Mary was then added to your evidence. Okay. This photograph of Mary is from an alleged ghost ship from the 1800s. Okay, hold on. The photography. Okay, hold on. Corporate Composition Photography is a photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for businesses in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire to take quality photos of all sorts. Appears to no longer exist. Also mentioned on a photography site that with some IRC chat logs. It seems like the site is the personal page of a member of IRC Photography Channel. They have archives of logs that have been saving since 1993. One of them from 1996 when Val, former head photographer from Corporate Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They don't only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asked about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who says Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Okay, who is this Val? I think I'll put this under... so technically they are Clementines. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Question must quickly shut down. Okay. Hold on, does Val... Val doesn't have a photo option here, though. That's... Who is Val, though? LBP. Hold on. Telephoto. Here we go. Getting more. Telephoto. We don't know Val's... Val Webb? Well, Val... Oh, there's a Val and a Valerie, of course. Oh, wait. E-R-I-E. E-R-I-E? Valerie Clementine? Valerie... Webb? What about LBP? LBP? Louisiana stand for Lebanese pound, lower back pain, least paid pain, low blood pressure, Louisiana Board of Pharmacy, Long Beach. Lynch Building Plastics, Luxury Burial Photography, License and Business Payroll, Lincoln Baby Photography. Let's try this one. There we go. Lucky guess. Lincoln Baby Photography seems to have like a solid lead as it mentions of Val, an award-winning photographer on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site, it has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father. Okay, hold on. Cam Lincoln. Okay, hold on. So maybe we don't have a photo of Val. Is Cam? So Cam Lincoln. Shoot. Whoa, what is... I have no idea why this happened. Hold on. That was random. Sorry about that. Random pop-up. Okay. Oh wait, no. That's not Lincoln. So we know his last name is Lincoln. So Val Lincoln? Val Valerie Lincoln. There's no relation between Valerie and the Roottrees. There we go. Val Lincoln was featured in Telephoto, the cover, which featured one of his photos. Those portions of the article have been added to your evidence. Val Lincoln's Clementine. Okay, yeah. This is them. Telephoto is a monthly magazine in 1992. This focused on Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism, specifically for the photo on the cover. Oh, okay, so the person on the cover is Clementine, not... Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide... Yeah, Val Lincoln. Okay, hold on. So this is Val. And the person on the cover... The person on the cover is her. Okay. And then... So we got those two, and then we just need one more... After that, we just need one more person. So this isn't Mary, then. Oh, wait, let's go back to this. I started in high school photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do, and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch and his free periods to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography, but didn't have the passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his who was going overseas to cover the war decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought up my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time, and the shot in the photo won him the award. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran into Lisa just after surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate, because that's the photo that won me an award, got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Okay, there we go. So Lisa. This is Lisa. So this is Lisa. Clementine. Soldier an option? She was technically a driver, right? Because it says according to that, when we're not subject, Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. Lisa Clementine. Maybe if I look up Lisa Clementine. But that means this is her sister. Travel agent. So this is Mary. Mary Clementine. Okay. So that means, yeah, she's not a driver. A soldier... Oh, military. Okay, something's not right. Because this is Mary, right? Mary Webb. It says they never legally changed their names, though. Let's see. We just search Lisa Clementine? Okay, something's not right. About Mary. Wait, how did we get that? Mary Webb. So, Lincoln? Okay. Here we go. She makes another appearance listed as a professor at West Point, a military college. She did class to contribute to the environmental engineering major. Okay, there we go. That's what it is. Okay, that's why. She's not military. She's a professor. There we go. Boom. Oh, perfect. 4 more entries. And look at that. Booyah. Hey.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one.
You're welcome.
My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust.
I can't imagine why.
The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision.
A lot of people are going to lose money, and I don't think anybody's going to want to do
The
that.
arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of did a lot of bad stuff.
I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together.
Okay.
Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another.
Okay.
If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics.
Oh.
It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of how it works.
What you've done so far has been
I
very
mean, for
useful.
1998, though, that's
Just keep
pretty...
filling out
For
the tree
1999,
and
that's
we'll
still
prepare
pretty
for the
new.
tests.
For just genealogy stuff. Okay. Okay, so hold on. What was the... I kind of rushed that last part. I didn't hear what he said. Okay, but I think though that is a good place to stop it because it's getting late. But we've definitely made, we're about like, I would say like About halfway? Yeah. About halfway. Alright. Yeah, because we still have this whole tree to figure out. Even though I'm pretty sure this is, yeah, Elizabeth Knox. Because we have all that stuff to figure out. But yeah, I think we'll continue this next week. Because Sunday, like I said, we're going to do the Zillow stream. But I think this is a good place to stop. This is still really fun. I really love this game. This is really, really fun. Alright, so let's go ahead then and let's head on back over to the office. Alright. So yeah, that's going to do it for today, folks. Thank you guys again so much for being here. If you're new here, I'm not a professor, but you can call me Nap. I do these streams every Sunday and Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and sometimes Gorilla streams. So if you want to know when I go live next, make sure you go ahead and follow. And next stream will likely be let's see, will likely be Saturday, I think? Yeah, Saturday. We might play some Stardew before we do our Zillow stream on Sunday. But yeah, alright. In the meantime, let's see if we can find somebody to raid. Alright. Let's go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and raid Adri here. Alright. So yeah, let me go ahead and get this raid message going. Got that one, and then this one for followers. Alright, so yeah, that's going to do it for today, folks. Thank you guys again so much for being here. I will see you guys, yeah, on Sunday for sure, possibly Saturday. Oh no, wait, hold on. I need to cancel the raid. She just ended her stream. Whoops. Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. She's ending her stream. Alright. Let's see. Who else can we raid instead? Let's go ahead and let's raid. Let's go raid Hara here. She's actually playing Anthropium, which we were playing earlier. Alright. So we'll see how she does compared to us. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start the raid now. But yeah, again, thank you guys so much again for being here. I will see you guys on possibly Saturday, but definitely Sunday. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day or evening, wherever you are. And I'll see you guys next time. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.